Hello and welcome to Magical Monday Marathon Sprints. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of SC Huston, the author of A Curse of Wings and Gems, A Curse of Scales and Feathers, and the Clash of Goddesses series. The goal of this stream is somewhat low-key. I'm not on screen personally, like face-wise, to be, I don't have to do makeup, don't have to put the studio together, don't have to do all that stuff. So low-key in that respect, but doing 1 hour long sprints and going roughly 6 hours altogether, which is usually 4 to 5 sprints, depending on how much we talk in between the sprints. And you're welcome to use the sprints for whatever productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. And I use the sprint time to focus on my task because focus issues, but I will be in the chat during the breaks to catch up with everyone. So yeah, let me know what you're working on today. I have quite a few deadlines I have to meet for the conference, the Author Tube Writing Conference. I have several emails I need to send out to get things set up and in place. And so, yeah, I've got quite a bit I'm doing this morning for the conference. I'm hoping I can knock everything out within a couple hours. And then I need to do my first round of edits on my next podcast episode, because that comes out on the 15th, which is in 3 days. And that's with myself and Adeshale, and me and Adeshale. And we're talking about The Emotional Craft of Fiction by Donald Moss. Very dense book. We both had a hard time kind of putting it all together. It definitely is something that you have to read a couple times. And I think that was interesting that Adeshale has been part of another book, delving into another craft book. It was Story Grid by Shanon. We did that last year. We had other people with us that time. I think Devin was there. I don't remember. But that was also another thick book, or dense book, not thick, but dense, trying to understand the concepts, and it's something you have to kind of really think about to wrap your mind around. And it definitely needs another read. So I have not started editing that video, and my first round is not very hard. I just have to get the program open and run it through. I have one program where it just goes through and it takes out spaces, and especially if we're pausing or whatever for a long time, I just try to take out some of those pauses, and that way it doesn't lag on air. And it will be coming out on the channel on the 15th. It's also on Spotify as a video, and then it's on all other major podcast platforms as an audio only. So look forward to that. Hopefully I will get the first round of it done today. Probably won't start on the second round of edits until tomorrow. But happy Monday all. Hello, Devin. I'm avoiding the socials until I get some stuff done. Dropping a like, a best of luck on productivity. And fingers crossed don't tell me that. So I was having had that conversation with Devin. I was like, yeah, she usually gets the Fated Adventures. She got it. She got the packets I sent out with the Kickstarter that had the stickers and the prints and stuff like that. She got that before everybody else. And then she also got the first Fated Adventures before everybody else. And I think it's because she's only 5.5 hours from me. So she lives real close compared to everybody else. And she still has not received it. And I was like, okay. And I was like, she said she thought she got it 2 or 3 days after I sent it out, which I was like, I think Saturday was the 3rd day. But actually, when I went back through, I think that was the 4th day. And the post office did say it would be 7 to 10 business days, I think is what they told me for domestic U.S. mail. So yeah, but I'm a little bit worried about this round because the first round, the postal clerk, she gave me her time. We talked about, how long it would take, the pricing structure, what size envelopes that I want to try to keep it under, because if you go over the ones that I've been sending out, then it changes from a letter to a parcel, which is double the price to send out through the mail. And so we spent a lot of time talking about all the different things. And the second time when I went to go mail everything off, the postal clerk, she was much more dismissive. She just hurried up and took it and then went on. And I don't think I even told you guys, but the first time when I went there, she was telling me that it was a parcel. And I'm like, are you sure? I was like, I researched it, and a 6x9 is supposed to be a letter, but I didn't say 6x9. I was like, I researched it, and I was for sure that this fit into a letter size. And I was like, great. And now I'm paying double what I thought I was going to be paying for all these letters going out. And so she was going through and putting, getting the stamps and stuff, everything on it. And I was like, can I just ask, please, because I've done a lot of research on my own, but can you please just tell me what size it needs to be so that I don't go into parcel range. And so she pulled out an envelope. She's like, this is the max that it can be. And she put it up against my envelope and she was like, oh, this is the right size. I was like, God. So I ended up not having to pay the double price. So yeah. And maybe, I don't know, maybe she didn't see that conversation the same way. I thought she was really great, or maybe she was just really busy. But the second time she was a bit dismissive. And I was like, I don't know why there's something in me. It's like something's going to go wrong. So I definitely want to know when Devin gets it, so I know if it hits, that everything went out right. So I had that fear, the fear that I'm going to send stuff out and it's going to come back to me. The reason why I have that fear is because with my first Kickstarter, everything I sent overseas came back to me, and I don't know why. So I contacted, it was 3 different people. They were that was for my Kickstarter. And I sent some Kickstarter stuff to one of my readers who was on my street team, and she got it, and she's in the UK. But that was after the Kickstarter was over. So it was these 3 people. They all had just the sticker and one other thing. I think one of them had something else. And they all came back to me in the mail. And so I told all of them, okay, I just got it back. I'm going to have to try this again, see what I did wrong. And all 3 of them told me the same thing. Don't worry about it. And I was like, are you sure? I want to get this to you. They're like, no, don't worry about it. I'm like, okay. And so I didn't follow through to figure out what I did wrong. So now I have this thing that I'm thinking I'm going to do something wrong with the packets. But morning, how are you doing? Lurking to give you time. Like, I appreciate that. Thank you. And CJ, morning, friends. Well, I know Kat's lurking. Devin is, did I forget already? I'm going to get some stuff done. So she didn't say what she's doing. But yeah. Well, I pinned, and Devin, I know you're in the Discord, but I don't think you've gotten into the rest of the Discord channels. And Devin, I don't even know if you're still here, but I did post the link for the Library of Seasons, but that's in the Discord channels once you get access to the rest of them. And so that people could go and start checking it out. But what am I thinking? My brain's like skipping. Yeah, but if you guys are here, let me know what you're doing. I'm going to do the AWC stuff. I've got emails and I'm still waiting on a speaker. Has not gotten back to me. And, but I need to go ahead and put together the moderator list and give it to, yes, what's his name? Kaufman, so that he can get it over to the moderator team and they can start signing up to be moderators for the channels for the YouTubers who asked for a moderator. So I need to get that list put together. I was trying to wait until I had everything in place. And actually, I don't know if World Anvil is going to need a moderator because they just came on as a special guest speaker. I did get a response back from them on Friday, and they said they're discussing the best content for this opportunity. That's what she said. So I'm so excited about that. So I don't know if they need a moderator yet. But yeah, I need to get that list over to Kaufman. That's one thing for the conference. I need to get emails out. I need to figure out what my speaker, no, I don't have a speaker coordinator. She didn't make it through. Giveaways coordinator. You see what she's doing. So working day job, and it's Monday. Oh, yes, it's Monday. It's okay. It'll be okay. I don't feel as stressed this week as I was last week. I still have a lot to do. And yeah, but I'll make it through. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started with the first sprint. And get this added in there. 1 hour on the clock. Find the right tab. Here we go. I'm going to get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time on the first sprint. How did you do? I am working on the conference stuff this morning, so we're getting closer to time. Had to get out some emails and figure out some schedule changes. Oh, and then we had 2 sponsors who filled out our giveaways form. So that was Story Origin, which they've sponsored the conference every year. So great to have them on board. And Evan Gao is the founder and developer of Story Origin. He offered 3 one-year subscriptions to the platform, which is what he's done every year. It's really awesome. And then Scrivener also is donating 2 licenses to the platform. So we've got, and Scrivener's also been with us. I don't know if they've been with us since the first year. I can't remember. But they've been with us for the last couple of years. So just sent them thank yous and then got their logos up on the website for the sponsorships and giveaway partners. And yeah, so all conference stuff right now. Have to get this stuff out of the way. And then hopefully, maybe, fingers crossed, I can get some writing in today. Looks like we have a few comments. Left off here with, oh, my mouse is acting funny. Malve saying working day job, and it's Monday. Yes, it's Monday. And it's definitely a Monday. I'm feeling it. Rita says, happy Monday, popping by to say good morning. Smoochie so like you. I appreciate that, Rita. I'll be lurking, but here, got my to-dos ready for today, and I'm starting with blog this sprint. Yeah, Rita, if you get it done, feel free to drop the link if you once you get it up. And I second that at Devin. I need to go back and be like, oh, fingers crossed the Faded Adventures come in. Yes, because Rita is also part of the Faded Adventures that I sent out. Yeah, I don't know if you probably weren't here to catch the first part of the stream, but I sent out the packets last week. But the postal clerk was a little more dismissive this time. Like, she spent a lot of time with me the first round that I sent out, and I just have like this bad feeling. I don't know why. And Devin is like the first one to get it. She should have had it already by now, I believe. I mean, I know sometimes the mail doesn't go as fast. For anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, because I know there's people in and out, Faded Adventure Story Mail is something that was part of my Kickstarter, and it was like a separate item, and people could purchase it. And it was also part of the what I call my God tier, which was the highest tier in the Kickstarter. And it's a epic fantasy romance mystery told through mail with interactive portions online with puzzles and clues and trying to figure out the mystery. Each the participants could choose 1 of 4 characters to follow. Each of them have like their own like storyline, their own clues they're going to come across, and they all have their own romantic interests and a different romance trope for each one. And it's been a lot of fun to make, and I'm really excited for everyone to get this next one because I spent a lot of time coding the library, which is called the Library of Seasons, where there's actually 15 different things you can click on. There's hotspots. And I could not get the code to work on a mobile device. And then I was showing my gym trainer on my phone, which of course it didn't click on my phone a couple days ago. And I think that was Friday. Yeah, Friday. And so he brought up his laptop, and it seemed like the hotspots were slightly off from where I set them up on the back end. And so I'm wondering if different size computer screens also change your hotspots. Now, I know there's a way to, I think I have to do it in the JavaScript to write it where it will be, where it's anchored with the page and not with the actual image. But what I did try with the coding on that, it didn't work. It still didn't work on the mobile device. And it's something I thought, well, I'll come back to this later, and I haven't been able to go back to it yet. So just be aware for those, there's a few of you here who are doing the Faded Adventures, that just run your mouse over the library till you find all 15 spots. I think it was 15. Some of them you can't go any further, but some of them there's things you can do. So more clues, more story. That's actually the story that you'll get. Each of the 4 characters, whoever you're following, once you do a series of things, you'll be able to open the story of you and your character and the love interests meeting up and having a conversation. So, which is not really that. There's not much of that in the story that I sent through the mail. So the story I sent through the mail was more about the mystery part of it. So anyways, I'm excited. Just let me know. Anyone who's here who's getting Faded Adventures, let me know when you get it, because I am so concerned about this last set of packets that went out. My typing fingers aren't working yet. My talking mouth is not working very well either. because I couldn't say that one. Good morning, Kendra. How's it going? I wish I could stay. I'm right, but I have to take the kids to band. Might be able to catch you at the end. Happy writing. Yeah, this is my longer day, so maybe I might get to see you again. And I really appreciate you stopping in. Gwenna, hello, morning, tough Monday morning. Yes, it is a Monday for sure. After a tough Sunday. Sounds like you've had a couple tough days then, but hopefully things will turn around and I'll get some writing done. Fingers crossed. I'll be keeping you in my thoughts, Gwenna. And hi, Katie. Welcome back. Hi, everyone. Here to write romantasy. Hopefully you're able to get some words in. Right. I realized I should not start the year off with deadlines. I started the year off knowing I was going into my Kickstarter. And then, of course, the conference. And it's like I have not been able to get as much writing. I mean, I did do some writing. What did I do? Last week I wrote about 16,000 words altogether. But it was never during my sprints because I was trying to get other things done I had the conference. I just had other stuff going on. I also had a project, an editing project that I was working on for a friend of mine. And her and I, we edit each other's works. And so I worked on that. And then I just got another beta read that came through over the weekend. That's going to be Dale's next book. If you guys know Dale L. Roberts, he has a YouTube channel here. Currently publishes nonfiction all about indie publishing, anything and everything when it comes to indie publishing. And the next book he has coming out is YouTube for Authors, which I am like the perfect person. Not the perfect, but I'm a good candidate for being a beta reader because YouTube, right? An author. So I have that sitting waiting for me, and that's due on Friday at the latest. I think he would like it back sooner if he could get it back sooner because he's starting back up his publishing schedule. If you guys didn't know, he was publishing a book every month for 6 months, and he planned to do it for 12 months. He has 12 books he had been working on and off for the last couple of years. And then he's going to do a Kickstarter with all the books. And I think that's going to be pretty big. But but he took a break because it was kind of after I think it's 6 months, he was like, okay, I need a little bit of a break here. But now I think he's trying to get back on schedule of publishing the rest of his books every month so he can do his Kickstarter on time. But yeah, sorry, tangent. Devin, woo, I made it. Time to be getting admin thingies. Cracks knuckles. Admin, yes, the author life. Good morning, Adeshale. How's it going? I was just talking about you because we have the next podcast episode for my podcast coming out. The Self-Publishing Tips and Tricks podcast coming out on the 15th. Right now we're in the off season. The off season, I just usually get with people to read craft books or anything about publishing and marketing and stuff like that. And this particular one that we're talking about is The Emotional Craft of Fiction. Is that the right title? I said it earlier, and now I'm wondering if I say the right. The Emotional Craft of Fiction by Donald Moss, I think is what it is. So, haha, that bell gave me a jump scare. Oh no, I'm sorry. I've done that too. Melvay. Did I say that wrong? I bet I did. I write a sentence. Ha. I'm sorry, Gwyneth. You got a sentence in. I know it's a small step. 600 more words on the blog, even with distractions, i.e. phone call times 2, chicken grumpy, clean up, another cup of coffee, and move laundry around. Oh, I got to move my laundry around. I'll do that another sprint or two. AWC for the win. Sign up for the Coffee newsletter for all the latest and greatest. This is the AuthorTube Writing Conference. News coming out today and Friday. Woohoo. Yeah, and now that we have the 2 sponsors, I wanted to put together a couple of graphics to hand over to you, Devin. And if anyone doesn't know what we're talking about or whatnot, the AuthorTube Writing Conference is essentially a major collaboration of YouTube channels on YouTube coming together over 3 days to talk about all things writing and publishing. And Devin is our publicity chair. So she does all the great stuff to talk about the great stuff that AWC does. So got a protein shake and some cookies for breakfast. Well, there you go. That's a win because you need that. Grump chickens. Oh no, Rita. Have you seen her chickens, Adeshale? I mean, they were so cute when they were little. And they're not cute now, but sometimes they, which one is it? Is it Blanche? I don't remember. I don't know. No, I don't think it's Blanche. One of them likes to perch on her shoulder during her live streams, which is really funny. How's Bruno? Yeah, we had a Bruno appearance on Saturday during her live stream, which was really cool. Not grumpy, but dropping grumpies. Oh, did I say it wrong? I might have said it wrong. Morning, Devin. Instagram also has changed again. Newsletters are the way to go now. I know the algorithm keeps changing. I can't keep up with it. Are you following Shelby? Marketing by Shelby, I think it is. I'm not really a social media person. I had to force myself to go onto social media just to interact with people. But she said we had done a podcast episode with her earlier this year. And she had said how she looks at, does a deep dive on Instagram and what they're changing all the time. And she reports on that. I don't know if she reports on it in her Instagram feed, or she also has a YouTube channel. But I thought, well, if I was a social media person, I'd probably follow her to know what to do. But, oh, Rita, morning. Bruno's good. He's outside searching for leftover watermelon that the chickies didn't want. Oh, he eats watermelon? That's cool. Oh, yep. Missed the start of the stream. Had to get help get Hubs and off and out of the house for his work trip. Library looks great. I had a sneak peek yesterday. Oh, I'm glad. Was it clickable? Were you able to click on it? This is new for me, the coding. Like, I've been teaching myself coding off and on for over a decade, but and then I've just kind of reverse engineered a few pages that I've hired people to do for me. But now, of course, with AI, you can write your code, and if it's not working, it's not responsive, you can run it through, and it will tell you where. Usually I say this, but it's not always really great at this, but you can run it through and it can tell you where your issues are at. I can't remember what it was. It was one thing I was having an issue with, and I ran it through ChatGPT, and I was like, this is the issue I'm having. This is what's not responding right on the platform once I run the code. And it kept telling me, do this, do this, do this. I'm like, I'm doing that and nothing's happening. And I was like, forget it. So I went over to Perplexity AI, and I thought, is it just me? So I put it into Perplexity, and it gave me a different fix, and it worked right away. And so I was like, okay, yeah. So these are not perfect, but it's still more helpful than, especially if you've got lots of lines of code. And I think I had like over 400 lines of code in that one, which can be a lot. And especially with my brain likes to skip lines. And I was like going from one, I was like, where's this issue? I can't find the issue. So IG is also pushing Reels created with their new edits app. Oh, also the algo is now favoring accounts that utilize DMs and shares. Well, that's good to know. Oh, and carousels and reels over a one photo post. I was just thinking about how I can make the giveaways. Like, I'm going to set up some graphics to send to Devin, and I was going to set it up and see if she could do it as like a carousel, or if she wanted to make a reel of it, she could. But I was just thinking that how I could do that, like what the cover image would be, and the two companies that are supporting us so far. So I know I really don't have time for all of that. My author side or AWC side, we need a whole team for all of that. Yeah. To learn everything. Oh my gosh, right? Facts. Well, Rita, I'll just throw it out there if you want to come over and help Devin out. No, I'm just kidding. You've got all the knowledge. And not that Devin couldn't have the knowledge, but yes, it's the time, right? I figured out how to get the library books on Kobo Reader. It's awesome. I haven't got one of those. I want to, though. Or at least the app for Kobo. I have BookFunnel, and I have, of course, Kindle. How's your Monday starting off? Adeshale, groggy, slow, stayed up too late. Me too. I was reading. But I'm here and plan to get things done. I saw the chicks with it. Oh, you did. They were so cute, weren't they? Yeah, super cute. LOL. I am following Marketing with Shelby. Okay, so yeah, she opened a newsletter course that I will be moving towards since the socials keep changing the algos. Malve, yes, clicked a few things. Seems to be working for me. Okay, good. I'm glad it's working. Does it seem like off? Did it seem off at all? On his laptop, which is a smaller screen than my desktop, it felt like that all the hotspots were slightly off. Now I set up all the hotspots as the coding for that was rectangle, but it could be a square, but the coding is rectangle. It's not like you can set up the hotspot to like do a star shape or to cover a particular object. Like one object in there is a spoon, which for those that are in the Fate Adventures know what a spoon is, what it means to the story. But I can't like make the hotspot the shape of a spoon. So it's just a rectangle. And then a spoon is sitting at an angle. So the rectangle kind of went over it, but also a little past it in certain points. But I try to make it where at least if you hit the spoon at any point, you're going to get it. But on his laptop, like you had to go slightly to the right of it to get it. So I don't know if it changes on different size screens. High Season Company, Katie Seckley, and Tess Barkley are all also great for social media updates. Oh, thank you for letting us know. Time, the elusive creature. Yes, Dangle's carrying for the clock. Oh, and when you do carousels, add music on the second photo vid in the carousel. Can't spell carousel. I don't even know if I'm saying it right, but there you go. I feel you. I didn't notice a problem for me. Okay, cool. I'm glad that works. I'm going to still try to work on some of the coding for it to work on the mobile phone, but that's going to have to be a later thing because I've got the conference stuff going on this morning. And then I need to do the first round of edits on the podcast episode coming out, and then hopefully I'll get to some writing. I have three, but only two is caught up all the way. I have 3 Omega readers, and I didn't know what else to give the name of the draft. And these were just readers who they've been my alpha and beta readers. And they're like, well, do you have anything else written for the next book? And I'm like, well, I'm in the middle of writing it. And I was like, it's a really rough draft if you want to read that. And they all said yes. And so I had the last time I updated and put some chapters up there was like 2 weeks ago. And now 2 of them have read through all the chapters. And they had already read through the first round of chapters because I have gone back and started revising. I'm not a planner. Like I plan things in my head, but I don't always know what I'm going to do. So when I wrote the first act and I realized, okay, I know where I'm going to go in the second act now, I need to go back through and like add some things in. And there were scenes I wanted that I couldn't figure out where I went to put it right away. And I draft fast and tried not to get in my way so that I can just get the story on the page and then go back and add stuff. So I had went back through and I've redone the whole first act. And those 2 have gone and read they had already read all the first act. And now they've now read of all the stuff that I've revised. So I need to get some more chapters up. One of them left me a note like, hello, when are we getting more chapters? I want more. I'm like, okay, I feel it. Feel the pressure. Hi, Eva. How's it going? Hey, all day 1 of drafting fiction in a long time, and I already caved and got Word again. Oh, did you not want Word? I don't know if there's anything else that you'd want to use. I mean, Google Docs is not too bad, but I do prefer Word over Google Docs. Yeah, when I had an assistant, she was so helpful, but I ran out of assistant budget money. I feel that. Yes, those are all great people to follow. Also, Jade Beeson is a great person to follow about socials. So love you have readers soaking up your stories. I know it feels good, but I do feel the pressure too. I'm like, okay, I got another chapter up there. And I do have more chapters. I think I stopped on chapter 27 and I'm like on chapter 37 right now in the book, but I haven't revised those other chapters yet. So I need to revise them before I put them up there. One day we'll be there. Yes. Eva. Oh yeah. Jade Beeson is great too. These are all names I don't know. I tried Scrivener for about 2 minutes. LOL. Me too. I love the idea of Scrivener. Absolutely love it. But it didn't work for me, for my brain. Always nice when people want more to read more of your art. Yes. Yes. It does feel good. Yeah. I definitely agree. All right. We got to the end of the comments. So let's go ahead and head into our next sprint of the morning. And 1 hour on the clock. Oh, and Vanessa, if anyone is following along, Vanessa Read with Dr. B is also going right now. I meant to grab her link and drop it in the chat. So for anyone, hashtag SHU Stream Hoppers Unite, anyone who likes to jump around. And if anyone knows of any other streams going on and wants to drop links, you can do that as well. There are 2 spreadsheets down below for people looking for more sprints. And one is an AuthorTuber spreadsheet, one's a BookTuber spreadsheet, but both have BookTubers and AuthorTubers on them. So, all right, let me find the right tab. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started on the next sprint in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Last time on the second sprint, how did you do? Still working on the conference stuff. We got some updated information for some of the speakers, and then I realized I had helped to move one of the time slots. One of our speakers, I think it was Danica Favorite with Publish Drive, asked if they could move to an earlier time slot, which we did have an open spot, so it worked out great. But I didn't change it on the website. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe the conversation happened after I did the website. Timeline is getting a little murky here. But as I was seeing that, as I was updating other stuff, I was like, oh, let me get that into the right time slot. I don't want her to go to the schedule and be like, but I thought we were going earlier. And so got that done and more emails out. A lot of comments. Let me see if I can get caught up. Love Tira. Always nice when people want to read more of your art. Definitely. And Scrivener can be a bit to take at first. Yeah. Do you know, I have opened it twice. And one time that I opened it the first time, I had all the time in the world, but I looked at it and I was like, what? I think the logic of the flow didn't work for my brain. And then that was years and years ago. So then I thought, well, let me try. Maybe it was just something going on in my head then that didn't work for me. So I got it again because I bought it for that computer, but then I don't know what I did with that computer because I was actually in Hawaii at the time. And I didn't know what the license was. And so I bought another license. So they got two licenses out of me that I bought that I never ended up using. But then I think I did it again like in 2022 or 2023. And I was like, and then I really didn't have the time to put forward to figure out the program. And I thought, okay, yeah, this is way more than what I need or what I felt I needed at the time. I know it has a lot of great stuff. And Tiffany from the TL Russ Lifestyle, she did was it her? I think it was her who did a Scrivener breakdown for the first AuthorTube writing conference. I know she did Notion. I think she did Scrivener too. I can't remember. But someone did it. Someone did it for the conference, and that was a really good one. And it made it so much easier for me to understand too. But I still haven't gone back in there. So, Eva says, yeah, I just need a document that can draft and edit in. That also doesn't lag when it's long looking at you. Yes, I forgot about that. I had mentioned Google Docs as a possibility instead of buying Word again. But I do remember Google Docs gets very, very laggy. And I write long books. So yes, absolutely. The outline is in Scrivener. I'm not quite done with that yet, but should finish it up this sprint. Okay, nice. Hopefully you're able to get that done. Fairly certain my first book, nonfiction, was drafted in Evernote. I never used Evernote, but I've heard of it. Do you still have access to it? And did you publish it? I think you've only published fiction, right? Cool, Eva. I use Scrivener now. I've considered making some videos about how I use it. Yeah, or at least how I use it. You know, I think that would be good because there's so much to Scrivener. There's a lot that you can do with it. That I think that you making a video would, to show how one person uses it would be very useful. Which is marked by my need to keep things simple, quick, with extra functionality as needed. LOL. Author L. Hollingsworth, hello and welcome. Thank you for stopping in. I've used Word since the 1900s, and so it's just second nature to use. It just sounds so weird to say 1900s. I know we talked about this, right? I'm like right on the border of Gen X and no, is it Gen X and I don't remember millennials, but yeah, 1980s, 1990s. Efficiency for my brain that craves efficiency. LOL. JL, hello. Not sure how long I can stay today. Crazy day, but popping in to show some love. I appreciate that. How's everything going? It's a Monday. Carla, hello. Good morning. Did you make it through? I know that I think you were struggling with something. I don't remember I don't know if I'm remembering correctly, but I remember that there was some type of struggle or something the last sprint that I saw you in. I don't even know when that was, Saturday or Friday, one of those days. Maybe it was Saturday. Got to use what works best for you, and MS Word and the MS Suite is pretty powerful. Yeah, I like Word. I still use it. I do kind of switch back and forth between Word and Google sometimes because I do think something is up with my computer. I don't know exactly what it is. I've done a lot of different things with it, try and figure it out. And so I always back everything up on Google anyways. And if it's a particular day that my computer is being kind of weird, then I just work on my Google Doc. But yeah. And I remember the old paperclip assistant. Good times. The other half uses MS stuff a lot, and she uses OneNote like Scrivener for keep her story stuff together. Didn't you say you have Apple products? Is that just your phone? Um, do you have like what's your computer? Is that a Mac or is that MS? Good morning to everyone that came in. Joanne saying hello to everyone. If I missed you, hello. Hi, how's it going for you all? How's writing going? Not writing yet because I have some deadlines I have to get done for the conference. I worked on stuff I think through Wednesday of last week, and then I moved on to other things, and things have piled up. I got lots of emails. This is the busy time because we're less than 2 months out from the conference, and so there's stuff happening. Morning, Joanne. How you? Are you feeling better? I finished the main admin task that was looming. Awesome. It's great to make progress. I'm going to take care of the dogs for a second and then to writing. Good morning, Deshley. I got a lot done during your session. So, okay, that must have been where I saw you. I was thinking it was Saturday, and he went on Saturday. That's awesome. Hey, Joanne. Got some cleaning done. Made tea. Now drafting more of a section of thesis introduction, trying to get myself untangled. Good luck. Good luck. I think I finished this outline. In quotes. Are you going to start writing on it then, or are you going to do something else? Nice. I love the reconference presentation. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be a great conference. I mean, we've had a lot of stuff change this year, which I think just makes up for last year. Because last year we had like no changes. Everybody who received an email to say they were accepted to speak, they all said good to go. And we made it all the way to the conference, and not one person dropped out, which was just so weird because that had never happened before. Not that we run this conference for many years. We only ran it twice before that. But then this year, there seems to be an abundance of things happening and changing. So it's making up for last year. Feeling much better. Thanks so much for asking. Deb says 1900s fan club. Although I'm still upset that we aren't reliving the roaring 20s. Yeah, but I don't know if I'd want to live during Prohibition. Not that I'm a drinker or anything, but I don't know. Evernote for that comment. I did publish it. The file should still be saved in Evernote. Ooh, do you want to share a link? You don't have to if you don't want to. I'd like to go back and edit the book. Now, that seems to be the case with nonfiction, right? Unless you're writing about, if it's like creative nonfiction or something, then maybe not. But if you're writing about anything that's giving information about a topic, there's so many changes now. I think it's one of Dale's books was like that, right? I think it was the Amazon Keywords for Authors, which I have that as a paperback. And we did a podcast episode on it, but he had to take off the Amazon. And then there was just so many different things that had changed since that book came out. Because even when we did it, I don't even remember. It was a few people. I don't remember who was part of that group that I spoke about that book in the podcast episode. But we looked at it, and there's a couple of things I was like, I didn't know we could do this. And we were like looking like, oh, that's not something you can do anymore. I think it was the keywords one. Yeah. But yeah, things change. Always change. So he updated that book too. I was struggling with my climax, which I fixed, but it meant rewriting a chapter, which has been a cascade of dominoes. Oh, so like changing that one thing, everything else had to change afterward. I think it's all tamed now. You got it. I'm glad you were able to tame it down. It wasn't edited to what I liked. Okay. I saw a description of AI that is Clippy's less annoying older brother that still can't take over the world. So there's like another clip like that. The paper clip. I've never heard of that. It's so cool. Yes, I have a Mac. Okay. I thought that since you said you had Apple products, you probably did. I stopped using Windows around Windows 8 or whenever they made Windows weird. That was all of them. No, I don't remember the last one that worked really, really well. There was always issues. There's always issues with all of them. Now, some of them have more issues than others, like Windows Vista, Windows XP. Those had a lot of issues. But I use Word for stories, Scrivener for blog posts, Author.awc, and I'll call Andy, Campfire writing for Story Bible, and Google Docs only when I have to collaborate in real life. I don't think I have as many, but I do have kind of the same thing going on. I use, I think I've said it here before, but in case if someone new is here, I use Obsidian for my Story Bible, which I really like. But I really like the idea of Campfire. The other half uses Windows. Got you. So you have both computers in your home? Hashtag SHU, Stream Hoppers Unite. Hi, Shannon, working on my play therapy class homework. That sounds like a lot of oxymorons. Play therapy class homework. But I think I know what you're talking about. Are you over in Vanessa's stream? I haven't popped in. Oh, that's mine. Where are you coming from? Oh, I don't see you over in Vanessa's. Vanessa's streaming right now. I don't know who else is, but anyone's welcome to drop a link for anyone who is streaming. We're here to support everybody. I write in Word, Scrivener, and directly into Atticus. I do start writing directly into Atticus once I'm like near the end, and so I say I write directly in it. I edit directly in it. So usually when I think, okay, this is good, and I get it, and then I put it up and start formatting in Atticus, and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna change this thing. I'm gonna change that thing. I'm gonna do that here. I'm gonna add this here. So then I do it in Atticus. But I do try now, and I only just started this with this last book. It took me like 5 books to learn this. So when I make a change in Atticus, I need to go and make a change on my draft that I have in my folder, because I didn't do that for my other books. And it's because you could export it as a document. And I can't get the freaking thing to work half the time. When I say export as a document, it won't work. And they have a help you page, like do this, do this, do this. There's a whole step procedure of all the things you should do so that you can export it as a document, because any and all of these things will stop you from exporting it. And I'll go through the whole list and I still cannot export the document. And so I try to go and make the changes on my document too. So I just go back and forth between the two of them. But I'm usually in Atticus at that point at the end, and I'm getting ready to format it and getting ready to finish it. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to change this one little thing here. I use Google Docs. I'm sure it's controversial. I just have really monstrously bad luck with laptops and have lost full novels before to something catastrophic. Yes. I learned that in college. So I put things on my laptop, but I always emailed it to myself. And when I used to teach college English and literature, I would tell my students that, because some of them would say, well, what if this happens or what if that happens? And I think maybe one semester I had someone who lost a whole paper, but I always tried to tell them, I was like, back it up multiple ways. And I was like, in the least you have a student account through the college, send it to yourself. Every session you sit down and do anything with your essay. So it's like essay 1, draft 1, essay 1 or version 1, essay 1, version 2, whatever it is, send it to yourself. So you have an email. Oh, XP was a headache for me. Yes, it was. It was really awful. I was happy to get rid of it. Oh no, Musical Maggie. I'm on hers as well. So yes. Okay. I just didn't see you over there, I guess. But there's a lot of chatter. There's probably just so many people talking. I just didn't see you. Oh, no, that's not you. Because you have like the orange M. So yeah, there's a lot here. So yeah, I'm not gonna waste time going through all of it. And then here is a link. Is that the link to Vanessa's, or is that someone different? I did share Vanessa's earlier. ZQ7. Yep, that's Vanessa's. That's what it looks like. Yeah, that's Vanessa's link. We share an office. We've been in school for years, it feels like. So she has her PC right across from me. It is the literal war of PC versus Mac. LOL. I'm strictly a laptop user. I move around too much for desktop. Hashtag ADHD. Yeah, I used to be pretty much a laptop person, but my back gets to hurting. So I really have to be in a good place. And I have to get comfortable to really be able to sit for a while and do it. I was fine with, what was it? Windows 98. I was thinking Windows 98 wasn't too bad. I like it better than, was it 95? At least I think I had that. Not sure. XP was a shift, but I was fine. But whatever they did around 2013, when it became more app-like, it was kind of lost. Yeah, it is. Oh, okay. The link is Vanessa's. The funny thing is, she uses Apple for everything else. Really? So like her phone's Apple too. So Desha was saying that there was Apple has a free thing now for transcription. Oh, I don't know. Did I tell you? So I watch Matt Wolf on YouTube, and he does like a roundup every week of all the latest in AI and tech and all that good stuff. Everything's AI, but just like what's happening with AI and tech. And of course, sometimes that goes into like things that write or make images or whatever. And so he had said it was made by NVIDIA. Oh, I told you. I did tell you. I'm saying it, and now I remember I told you. So yes. So NVIDIA has a new AI that you can upload something that you have recorded, your audio that you recorded, and it will transcribe it for you. And it could do like 20 minutes in a few seconds. And it has a 6% error rate. Not that I've tried it. This is just what was on their site or what he did. I don't remember if Matt Wolf did it or if it was on the site where he got the information. But yeah, I was like, that's really cool. Because I always think about sometimes I'm out and um, I want to be able to say something. I do tend to like dictate into my Gmail and then send that to myself. But I think it would be kind of cool if I could do, audio recording and then upload it, especially if the error rate is so low. If it's that sounds like it's better than what the error rate is for the speech to text program that I use on my computer, and Gmail is not the best either. So, phone, tablet, TV, watch, and earphones. I tried to get her to move over to just use a Mac for her computer, easier cross functionality that way, right? So you guys share stuff, right? But nope. But the orgs that she works in, the organizations, or I'm not sure what that's standing for. Originals. She works in all uses MS, so she just sticks with it, makes sure it all works. And hello to people. I know when I was teaching, and I taught at 3 different colleges, all 3 colleges wanted everything in Word. So I know there's going to be that issue. And I would get essays sometimes in Pages. And there's free programs online where you can, drop in the pages and it will transfer into a Word document, but it messes up the formatting. And so, and I had to grade on formatting. I was part of, is that all 3? Yeah, all 3 required certain formatting, whatever it was. It was different for all of them. But so I would tell them, I was like, you need to make sure you're submitting a Word document according to the policy of the school. If you submit anything else, I will go ahead and have it change into a document, but your formatting is going to mess up and you'll lose all your points in your formatting. My goal was not to be the one doing that because that takes time. Even though it's easy, it takes time. And I had a very limited time because I was always grading papers. So organizations. Okay. Thanks. I think we got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and head into sprint 3 of the morning. Making good progress here. I'm hoping I can finish up all of my AWC tests on this next one. I think I'm getting there. Yeah. And then I have to remember I was like, what else am I supposed to be doing? The podcast episode. So, all right. Anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started on the next sprint in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I finished up my AWC test, the conference test. Then I started the process to edit my podcast video. So that's going through the first couple rounds of editing. It's just running it through the program to fix things. And then I moved on to writing, 18 minutes worth. And I was just doing some editing in chapters I already have written. So 141 words added. I'm just writing this down. For those who don't know, I kind of track all my writing so I can see what I'm doing. How am I spending my time? So I'm going to say how you guys are doing. Left off with talking about lots of stuff, actually. MS Word and Google and Notion and Scrivener when it comes to writing, and then what kind of computers, because Adeshle and his partner have they're in the same office but two different computers, one PC, one Mac. I was like, there's the war. Malve says, I've been world building and I really like MS OneNote to write and organize everything. I don't think I've ever used OneNote before. I've heard of it, but I don't even really know what it does. It's pretty neat. I guess Adeshle knows what it does. My other half, who's super efficient and organized, showed me how she was setting up her world building in MS OneNote. It was pretty impressive. Is it backed up like on a share drive? I don't know much about OneNote. If I didn't have Scrivener, I'd probably use OneNote myself. I like it. JC, hope your day is going well. Your week is off to a good start. It's a belated Happy Mother's Day, and to you as well. It's a Monday, but I'm here. I'm getting stuff done, making progress. So, hello, everyone, says JC. Hey, JC from Eva. Hello from Joanne as well. Hey, Eva, how are you doing? Freya, am I saying it right? I don't know. I might be saying that wrong. Hi, everyone. I'm new here. Welcome. I hope to get back into writing as I had to take a break due to life being life. I understand that. I'm so excited to have these planned morning sprints. Notifications are on. Woohoo! Yeah, I many years there I could not write consistently at all because I was just too busy doing the day job. So I understand that. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. What do you write? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. I write basically romantasy now. So I do have some fantasy, but I'm going to stick with the romantasy probably for quite a while. Hi, Joanne. Missed your comment earlier. Sorry. Hello, says JC to Freya. If I'm saying it right, hopefully I'm saying it right. JC, Paget, hi. LOL, love popping in at the end. Well, I mean, it was the end of that sprint, yes. But we do have another one coming, so. Oh, man, took too long. Got my blog post done, though. Woo-hoo. You got it done, so that's great. Do you want to share a link? You don't have to if you don't want to. Hey, Devin. Thanks, Shannon. Bye, all. Bye, Rita. I hope you have a good day. Hello, JC. Hello. Lots of hellos. Love it. I think I finished all of my admin tasks. Hard to tell since I didn't plan the week. Yeah, I just know my admin tasks don't ever end, so it's just a running log in my head. Like, oh, yes, well, I'll get this part done, and that will be a next week thing. Hey, Rita. 2 more chapters to go on edits. Nice. Are you going to try and get this one out this week then? Or is this like a later week story? Looks like everything is working now. I know there's one more tweak to the last chapter, the Happily Ever After. Oh, you answered the question before I even got to the end. I'm sorry. I should have read the whole comment. It should be up tomorrow. So awesome. I'm sure everyone will be looking forward to that. You publish pretty regularly. I wish I had the ability to do that. But I think I write too long, first of all. Way too long. It's hard for me to stay short. Oh, hi, JC from Rita. Rita doing Pink Can Wave. I love OneNote. I've heard of it, but I've never used it before or even opened the program. Still getting myself untangled, but went into my notebook to write the problem out. Explaining it to myself helps sometimes. Yes. And then even writing it, I think helps. I don't like to write too often anymore because I tore my TFC in my hand, my wrist. And it's not something that can be fixed because there's no blood flow. So they can go in and sew it back together and it'll just fall apart because there's no way to get it to heal. So it really hurts to hand write for very long. But I found that when I do that, it helps me like figure out exactly what I'm trying to say. So yes, I can see how that was helpful. I'm glad that worked. JC, doing pretty good, actually, working on a fiction project. How are you? The AWC is soon, huh? Actually, I'll be around for it, I think. Excited. It's June 27th through the 29th. I don't know if you know your schedule that far. But yeah, it's almost here. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it to be done. I am ready for the weekend to see all the amazing presentations. And but it's always nice to be done with it, at least for a little while. There's a minute to like not have to think about the conference stuff. But woohoo, says Devin to Eva. I'm doing okay, Eva, getting ready to go run some errands in a bit, but hopefully we'll get to do some writing later. So glad you're working on your fiction. Is this I should have asked that, Eva. Is this your middle grade one, or is this another children's book? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but Microsoft OneNote is like a trapper keeper binder with tabs. Easy transition for people who use MS Word, but need more flexibility and organizing ability than Word offers. Excuse me, I was yawning. I think I like Obsidian still, thinking about that. I like Obsidian because it's like wiki pages and you can backlink and hyperlink to different things. I hope to start a horror gothic fantasy type story. Have to figure out the details more, or I had to figure out the details more, but something like that. That's really cool. There's not a whole lot of horror people, I think, in the AuthorTube community. At least, I mean, I find the community is actually quite expansive. It's just finding a person who has a connection to a different part of the AuthorTube community. But there's DL Totally writes horror fantasy. I don't know if she don't know if she considers it gothic. Lauren Nettles has written some horror and fantasy. Well, I love some of her stories. And then I know there's some people that are getting into horror. I don't think I could write horror. Although I do think that some of the stuff I write sometimes is a bit darker, but yeah. I can't watch horror shows. I can't watch them. I can't read them because I have very vivid dreams and I will dream about it. And the last horror thing I actually read was I read it for a friend of mine, and it was his debut, and it was about two serial killers who found each other and targeted each other actually, yeah, they ended up taking each other out, but fell in love while they were doing it. And that night, I dreamed that I was a middle-aged, balding white man, and I was a serial killer, and I was having the time of my life. And I thought that should have been a nightmare. So, yes. I don't think me and horror go together very well. Yeah, I sure don't want to hold anyone up, but here you go. Thank you for sharing. Hey, so thank you. Working on my Fate of Fantasy story for right now. I should be done with it before I get my son from school. Nice. At least that's how I describe it to me. Oh, wait, that was not the same sentence. At least that's how I describe it. Full stop. To me, the main difference is that Scrivener is built for writing projects, authors specifically. Oh, versus OneNote. Gotcha. Yeah. It only ended up being around 1,600 words, but I just didn't care in the end. Had to push to get good enough to move on. Get Mo. Thank you for spelling that out for me. So you want it more than 1,600 words? I mean, I don't know what the blog post length is supposed to be, but I thought it was like a decade ago was supposed to be around 1,200 was like the average length or something. But I never did get into blogging. I made one blog post and that was it. Hi, Joanne from Rita Taco Hugs. I love that, Rita. Hi, JC from Adeshale. And Gitmo is my lifeline to quit perfectionism all over the place. Hello, Freya. Welcome from Adeshale. It's perfect. I shall adopt this. Curtsy, happy to spread the word. I can share my OneNote layout with you. Yeah, if you want to, that'd be cool. You can hyperlink and backlink in OneNote as well. Oh, you can. Okay, cool. There's another option. I never even really knew about it. Devin, how would you describe OneNote? What do you like about it from Adeshale? Hi, Shannon. Cooking lunch. We're going with shrimp tacos. I don't like shrimp and I don't like tacos, but those are like two of my husband's favorite foods, so he would love that. This project is an adult fiction project. Oh, born a long time ago. I outlined it without relooking at any past notes or drafts, but there are a lot of past notes and scenes drafted. Is it does it have like a genre that it fits into, or you're just going with adult fiction at the moment? I mean, not that you have to tell us if you don't want to, but it's a great phrase. Get more. It sounds like you're trying to say get more, but yeah, I like it. I've never seen it before. I think of it as a digital notebook encyclopedia. I like it because it makes my brain happy. Get more money. Yeah, right? Yes. That's why I can't do horror either, nor can I do zombies. Dread Nation is such a good book, but I had to DNR it because I kept having zombie nightmares. Yeah. Same, can't do horror. Yeah. Yeah. I have such vivid dreams. Sounds like Carla and I are same boat with that one. I talked to this project before. Okay. I think it was dubbed Revenge of the Lava Baby or something equally as ridiculous by those who heard bits of it, but that's not an accurate or inaccurate title. Revenge of the Lava Baby. It sounds like a fantasy when you say that, but I'm pretty sure you don't write fantasy. Hello, Adeshley. Get more money. Nice. Looking at OneNote makes my brain happy too, plus all the portability it has since you can save online. The latest SEO word count for optimal crawl is 1,800 to 2,800 words, with 2,200 to 2,500 being the sweet spot. Wow. Okay. See, I thought it was like much shorter than that. Maybe it was years ago. That's interesting, especially considering that there is an idea that people are consuming things in shorter format. I mean, they're seeing changes in that. They're seeing changes of people turning more to like longer novels and stuff and longer shows and whatnot. But yeah, the dictation isn't too bad either. Oh, OneNote does dictation, but is that wait? OneNote's part of Microsoft Office. Is that only if it's like 365 though? Because I had 365 a couple years ago and I had dictation capabilities, but then I just bought the Office for my new computer I got a couple years ago, and I didn't have 365 anymore. And then the dictation went away. Read on blog posts. Gotcha. I think you're talking about the word count, right? I think so. I think it's epic fantasy for sure. Oh, felt like I said, but I didn't. I didn't know you were writing fantasy. Why did I not know this? I feel like when you said that you've talked about it before, I feel like that I had been there, but I don't remember that part. I keep checking for it to go lower on the blog word count because it's just a horrific amount for a blog post, in my honest opinion. Yeah, I think that's a lot too. I basically dream nightmares, so it seems natural to me. I can't do gore, to be fair. That gives me an uneasy sleep. So like you can't like consume gore, but you can. Oh wait, so that is kind of separate from horror, isn't it? Because I mean, horror can be horror without gore. I think that's true. Correction, it was much lower many years ago. Okay, so I wasn't misremembering stuff. I missed that word count expectation. I would too. If people like alternate history, Dread Nation is an alternate history where Gettysburg triggers something and the dead rise as zombies. Black and Native Americans then become zombie hunters. Wow, that's interesting. I don't think I could read it though because of zombies, but the rest of it sounds really interesting. I love all these ideas. I blog so inconsistency that my word counts matter 0. LOL. It's all well written, but the whole Shambler thing is so disturbing. Was looking at rebooting up The Walking Dead. Well, now check out Dread. See, I've never been able to watch The Walking Dead either. I don't think I could. So I don't really watch a lot of TV anyways. When I started my blog, I don't know, over a decade, I was thinking 800. I see 800 there. I remember 800 was a figure, but I was like, I'm probably not remembering something correctly. But and I was thinking that around 2013. So I don't know, over a decade ago, word count sweet spot was 500 to 800 words. Yeah. I use Google Keyboard now on my phone for most dictation. I downgrade it from the subscription to #save money. I have something on my phone that I can do dictation, but I don't remember what the app is called, and it's free. I try not to pay for things if I don't have to, because especially if it has to do with the business, right? Because we already have a lot of expenses going out and not a lot coming in at this point. Link to your blog, Rita? Yeah, she put one earlier. Let me see if I can grab it. Yeah, it was a little further back. I'll pin it to the top. So there, you can grab it if you want to go check out Rita's blog. Found it. Okay. I'll leave it pinned just in case. But all right, we got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get ready for the next sprint. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 1 hour on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I got 429 words added in just doing some editing and light revision. I got through 2.5 chapters, so pretty happy with that. Let's see how you guys did. Left off here, we found it looking for the link for Rita's blog, which we did end up pinning at the top. And yay, thank you guys. The Google keyboard is free for Android phones. That's pretty spot on. You can even add commas, periods, any dash, and so on. I bet you I probably had that one because I have Android. I probably had that keyboard. I watched The Walking Dead for a while. Really appreciated the characters, but then I had to stop. Is it because of like the gore or horror of it? Rita says, got to run to the post office, drop off eggs to the neighbor, stop in at the mine to set up meeting for hubs. Stop in at the mine. I did not know there was a mine near you. Leaving you up for views. I appreciate that, Rita. The training I was going through at the time, which was making me hyper aware of danger, just didn't mix well with watching the show. Gotcha. Yeah. That's I still kind of feel this way, but I couldn't watch like military stuff while I was in the military. But I still feel that way even to this day. It's like I'd rather not. Nothing that's modern. I can do old stuff, but not modern stuff. At the mine, like hole in the mountain. That's what I was just thinking. Mountainside kind of mine, or like Minecraft kind of mine. I didn't even think about Minecraft, but yeah, that could be it. Have fun. JC says, hey, additionally, sorry I stepped out of the room. Gremlin woke up shortly through the second sprint, so we've been going through the motions of our morning routine. Might have 30 minutes or so to sneak some words in before lunchtime. Fingers crossed. I don't know if you were able to get that. It was about just read about 40 minutes ago. I don't know if you got that. Man, I miss daycare. Yeah. I think we ended up going down to like 2 days a week, but I needed something. I needed a little bit of a break. But yeah, daycare is nice when you got the money for it, right? Because it's expensive. Rita says, actually mine like that extracts minerals and metals and stuff for our phones, cars, and whatnot. LOL. So I'm like an actual mine, like in a mountain or in the ground. That's fascinating. I had no idea you lived by a mine and that was even part of your life in some way. I'm headed out now to run errands. Oh, thank you so much for being here, JC. It was like 20 minutes ago, so I probably missed her. But hope everyone has a wonderful day. Happy productivity, everyone. Thank you for the sprints. Thank you for being here. Debbie says, I got to get the kiddo from school. I'm almost done with this short story, though, crying. Your short story, like one that you're writing or something you're reading? You may not be here still. That was like 10 minutes ago, so you might have left already. But curious what it is that you're reading. I finished my lunch, and I'm now to page 29 in my textbook. Making progress. What'd you have for lunch? You don't have to tell us, but some people are foodies here, like Adeshley. He's a foodie. Adeshley says, all good, JC. CJ says, still scribbling, but I think I'm starting to understand the disconnect in this section. Well, at least you're making progress. This thing is like not moving on. It's not running to move. Come on, move. It's like stuck. I know there's more comments. There we go. Still working, still Monday. Well, you're doing the thing. I'm trying to make something positive out of it. So, in some old timer voice, they need to start learning to grow that silicon on trees, make that whole deer process easier. Food. All right, you did tell us. Sorry, I forgot because you know what? Shrimp and tacos just don't stick in my head, but I like oranges. You did tell us this already. I'm starting to get hungry, but I don't know what I'm going to eat yet. I got some words in. Doubt gremlins were running amok. Oh, no. You got to keep them out. There was a moment. I was reading something I was writing, and I was like, oh, this sounds so terrible. And like for a second, I went to online to see if I could find something that might make me feel like I could write that scene or that little part better. And I was like, stop. You're making yourself stop and not write when you should be writing. So go back to it. You can come back to this later. Just make a note. So that's what I did. I went back, left a note. I was like, I know this doesn't sound good. I probably can't do this. Maybe I have to do something else. But you know what? Moving on to something I can write well. I'm sure it's probably fine, but we're very hard on ourselves, I think. Oh, Publish with Andy has a new video out, the newsletter Grow Stuff. Yeah, I did see that. I haven't seen the video yet, but I did see it, which is awesome. I was actually going through like all my YouTube analytics for like the first time in a really long time on Sunday. Was it yesterday? Yes, that was yesterday. So I used to like check my analytics when I was trying to actively grow my channel. I checked my analytics all the time and, made videos, saw what did what or whatnot. But I'd say in the last 8 months, it's not been my priority to grow my YouTube channel. It's now my priorities. I'm trying to get everything onto writing and get away from some of this other stuff that takes a lot of time that's not writing. But I was looking at it, and I have a 4.5 hour like email newsletter masterclass that I did. I think it was well over a year ago now. Yeah, because I did it before the Kickstarter one. And the Kickstarter one I did right after my Kickstarter in 2023. So I had to be well over a year, 2 years maybe now at this point that I did the newsletter one. And when I was looking at my analytics, like over lifetime, that one actually was in my top of not like the number one, but it was my like top 20 being viewed. And I could see why the other ones, oh yeah, I could see that one too. But like a lot of it was like the AuthorTube writing conference stuff, like the first page critique panel, those continue to get, views every now and then. And of course I have one that has like 24,000 views or plus or minus that, whatever it is. That one continues to get views like every day. But I was surprised because I would think someone would look at a video that was 4.5 hours long and be like, nope, I'm out. That's what I would think in my head anyways. So I mean, it's very in depth. I should go put like chapters in there, and that might help people if they're like seeing it's way too long, but I don't have the time to put toward it. There's the link. Is that to Andy's? Thank you for sharing it. Do you think your earlier videos were huge for my growth, or doing your streams? Definitely the videos. And well, the one thing that actually grew my channel the quickest, which I don't think you could do now, was shorts. So, when YouTube first came out with shorts, I don't think I didn't do too much the first year. I did a few. And when I went back, and I didn't even really pay attention because I had posted them right before I went to the 20 Books 50K conference in 2023, I think it was. I think I'm right. And while I was at the conference, I saw one of my shorts like take off and get like thousands of views. And at that point, I'd never had anything with thousands of views on it. So I was like, oh my gosh. And then the other one started taking off. And so when I got back, I just started doing more shorts regularly. I told myself I was just going to do 2 shorts a week. And then I started doing them like every day. And then I kind of burnt out. So I try to go back to doing like a short a week or 2 shorts a week. And when I was doing that consistently, I was still growing my YouTube channel. But yeah, I think that put on like, because I hit 1,000 subscribers before I hit the shorts feature. Yeah, I was over 1,000 subscribers because I hit that in May of 2023. Yeah, I think that's right. May of 2023 when I hit 1,000. And then by the next year, I was pretty much at 2,000, but I've not really grown much more since then. So, and I don't do shorts. And the last few times I did shorts, I was so like no schedule to it, nothing. I was just doing a short, putting it up, doing short, putting it up like once every couple of weeks or so. And those don't get the views. And I think now because there's a lot of people doing shorts, you just don't get the same view count as you did when they first started. So got so adulting stuff done. That's always important. Yep, it's Andy's link. Okay, thank you. And then Melvay says, is the submission still open? Yes, it is still open. Hold on. I'll go grab that link. So yeah, if anyone, what Melvay is talking about, if anyone is unaware, is that for the AuthorTube Writing Conference, we have the first page critique panel. And what that is where am I at? What am I looking at? Did they just change the way things look? Or I must have hit the wrong button. Hold on. I can't like talk and do something at the same time. So yes, the first page critique panel is where you can anonymously submit your first 250 words to possibly get critiqued. Did I say possibly? Because we can't do all of them if we get a lot of submissions. We can do between. I just actually sent out an email to judges this morning. So it was between 7 or 12 submissions is what we look at, and we've always done more than 7. I think we always hit right around 10 submissions is what we get through, and we get more than that, but it's just a random drawing is how we decide which ones get into the first page critique panel. But it's nice to get the feedback on there, or to watch even other people get the feedback. Okay, I've got it. Okay, first page critique submissions, and it's completely anonymous. You just put in your work and the title of your work, and that's it. We don't collect the email addresses. So, but obviously, if you submit something that you talk about a lot, like Kaufman, who's our recruitment chair. He talks about if you're anywhere near him on his channel or wherever he's at, other channels, he talks about his scarecrow all the time. So if we were to read something with a scarecrow, my mind would jump to him. So yeah, if you talk about your work and you submit something that you're hoping stays anonymous, but you have something in your work that people would identify, then you might want to think about maybe a replacement word or something or other. I don't know. Just depends what you want to do. But I think if I don't know, I've never submitted anything to the first page critique panel because I think that's probably not what do they call it, ethical. So I wish I could, but I think if I did something like dragons and romance, people would be like, is that hers? So if anyone does anything dragons and romance, they might wonder if it's mine. Yay, I made it back. Welcome back, Rita. Oh, you said shorts probably won't work now. It's because of saturation. Yeah, I think it's saturation. So although my one video that has like 24,000 plus views, and I'm saying 24, I'm sure it's more because I think the last time I really looked at that, I saw that was my top earner when I was looking at my statistics, but I didn't actually look at the number. And the last time I looked at the number was a little while ago, probably like a month or so ago, and it was at 24,000. But that video, all that video is me taking a bunch of my shorts and putting it together. So the shorts that I was doing were writing prompts. So yeah, I've done a few kind of other different prompts, but the ones or shorts, sorry, but the ones that did the best were the writing prompts. So I've done like some shorts from like the podcast. Some of those took off, some didn't. I don't think any of them really got up to the numbers as my writing prompts. I did start doing would you rather prompts because of Charm Chats and Happily Ever After Sprints was a show I did last year, February, where I brought on fantasy romance authors and we talked about one of their books, and then we played a game, and the game and I let them choose which game they wanted. I had a list of games to choose from, and Would You Rather was like the most popular game that my authors chose. And so I had a whole bunch of fantasy romance Would You Rathers. So, a lot of them were fun, and I tried to tailor them to what their writing was about. So I had a whole bunch of these Would You Rather lines, and the audience really liked the Would You Rathers as well. A lot of people in the chat participated in that game. I think one of my favorite was the Pictionary, but it was Fantasy Romance Edition. But yeah, so those actually did pretty well too. But my writing prompts, they did really, really well. So at this point, yeah, I don't know that I would get the same number of views. I mean, I was getting thousands of views per video, which is not normal for me. Normal for me is a couple hundred at max, but really it's around 100. So, there's my video. It just got done processing. Now I need to do the next thing for my podcast video. Okay. Trying to link bank accounts to pay some bills, handled my student loans, got my husband the grill I've been telling him to buy for the past 2 weeks, and called a couple of my daughter's doctors to try and get clearance for the tooth extraction she needs. You were very busy. Did I not put the link? Did the link not go? It did not go. Why did it not? I don't know why, but my stuff is not wanting to paste and critique. Critique. I said critique because I've been looking at the word critique. Paste and put. See, I'm looking at my previous comment and it's nothing there, and I pasted it all as one thing. I didn't paste it separate, I don't think. That's so weird. I don't know what YouTube is doing. Okay, there it is. Crow. I don't know why you said crow, but we'll go with it. Oh, the link didn't come through the chat. Key reason. Thank you. Oh, scarecrow. Well, I mean, a scarecrow would probably have some crows in it too, right? Shorts are for attention. Long form is for channel growth on YouTube. So yeah, that's probably what it is now. When I was doing shorts, it was huge on my channel growth. So, but I didn't really notice that it transferred over, but that's because most of my videos were about self-publishing. But when I did that one video, which was putting together a bunch of my writing prompt shorts, it was 60 of them. I took 60 of my writing prompt shorts, my favorite ones, put them together in one long video that's like 10 minutes long. And then that's what has thousands and thousands of views. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to make content that's ever going to hit that again. So it's just not something I put my energy into anymore. My shorts perform pretty well. I've got some updated info on those for y'all performance algo SEO stuff. When you do hashtags on your shorts, try to do hashtags with millions of uses and use one or less with book-related hashtags. Oh, but no more than 3 hashtags total. What is it for Instagram? I have there's a gal that's part of the Faded Adventures that she's also on my street team. She's really, really great getting my stuff out there about my book. And she wanted to know what hashtags to use for the Faded Adventures. And she'd come up with some. And I was in my head, I was thinking that I heard you're supposed to use just a few now on Instagram instead of filling it up. Did that go through? I feel like it did go through. Hopefully you guys can see that. So I almost said something about, no, just stick with those or something. I did give her some ideas, but yeah, I don't really know what's up with that. Use sentences for titles now, catchy in style. Also, if you change the thumb and or the titles, YouTube will repush the same video as if brand new. Yeah, well, that one's always been a thing. That's how you can do a lot of like A/B testing. Like if you're not doing it at the same time, right? Because YouTube, I think YouTube is just starting to put in where you can have 2 different thumbnails and it will push out both thumbnails to different audiences to see what works. But your A/B testing with thumbnails for YouTube videos is just put one out there, see what it does. If it doesn't look like it's doing as well as your previous videos, change out the thumbnail and do it again. I mean, I've done all that stuff with YouTube when I was looking at trying to grow on YouTube, but it's been almost 2 years now that I've really not put a whole lot of effort into it. And I decided at the beginning of last year that I wanted to stop making videos and then I would put more toward my writing. And I wrote a whole lot more. Yeah, because a year before I wrote like 314,666 words is what I wrote in 2023. And I wasn't happy with that. And then last year I wrote 770,000 words and I didn't make videos. And there's a video here or there because I was part of some collaborations. But otherwise it's just all live streams. I don't think live streams really grow a channel. Additionally, I think you were asking about it's the videos that's really going to do it. And the ones that are going to consistently grow for you are those that are evergreen. So like my one video that has thousands and thousands of views, it's evergreen because writing prompts will always be useful to writers. Versus like if you make something about Amazon ads, for instance, Amazon ads are constantly changing. So if you make a video about, I say that, but I have a video about Amazon ads and it's one of my top earners still. And I made that one back in 2022, which is really weird. I'm like, this stuff is kind of outdated, but people still watch it and I still make money off of it. But yeah, if something can change, that's not evergreen, you're not going to continue making money. But if you're looking to just grow your channel like quick, what can you do? I don't know what would be the best thing to do, honestly, at this point. I haven't put myself into that mind frame for a while. I remember the giveaway link you were going to submit. It hadn't come through either. Oh. I don't know why it's doing that. That's really weird. Yes. These are all new YouTube rules for 2025. Can you tell I've been obsessed with this topic? Yes. No, it's all right. It's what's needed. I was very obsessed about YouTube when I first started and I wanted to grow. And you know, I mean, I came up with the idea for the AuthorTube Writing Conference. It was in my mind start off as, you know, a conference, not something I was doing on YouTube. And then I started thinking about the fact, because I came up with the idea for the conference, it was October of 2021 when I first came up with the idea. And the first time I pitched it to anyone was at the end of December of that year. And I pitched it to Dale for the first time. And I hadn't paired it with YouTube when I first thought of the idea for the conference. And I was thinking about logistics and how this would work and how could I have it free for everyone to get something from it, but then the speakers would still be able to benefit without me having to pay any money. So I was like, how can I do this? How can it be something that's consistent? And then I was already, you know, I was getting into my YouTube and trying to figure out how to make my channel grow. And I was like, oh, I could put these two together. So while the AuthorTube Writing Conference has the mission that I really love, it also did serve to help build my channel because I was like, I think I was barely past 100 subscribers in January of the next year when we announced the AuthorTube Writing Conference. I say we because I did get a partner because I knew it was a big thing, a big, you know, thing to do. So I had a partner and I jumped from that number all the way up to like 600 in a couple months. I also did the very first time I did the, back then it was the the Worldwide Write-a-thon, and now the Storyteller's Hearth. But I also did that. That was the first time I had been a host. And during that weekend, I gained like almost 100 subscribers. So that really helped me grow. Oh, maybe that you could do that, Adeshle. I mean, there's so many write-a-thons now that I don't think you don't get as much exposure now as you did back then, but they're actually open right now. The Storyteller Hearts Write-a-thon is open for the next round to happen in June. I just feel like I'm too busy. I think this is going to be the first write-a-thon for them that I haven't done since I started doing them. So it's been, the first one I did was in 2022. So it's been a few years. And I did one, did they do it in March? I think it was March, the last one they did. They try to do it every quarter. So the next one's in June. And it's open. Remind me, Adeshle, because there's a Discord link, and you can get in there and apply for or you can just go to their channel. I think it's Storytellers Write-a-thon, Storytellers one word, and sign up to be a host and a co-host. So, and then the host is chosen by random, especially if they have more people sign up than they have spots. So, but then co-host, you put yourself down for a co-host, and most likely, as long as you've got good availability, someone's going to ask you to co-host. And once the hosts are chosen, there's going to be a recruitment period for co-hosts, and you can look at the schedule and see who's going when and reach out to them. There's a Discord for this, so it makes it really easy. Hey, I'd love to come on and co-host with you. And I usually don't, I have never really seen anyone say no unless someone's not accepting a co-host, but then that's marked on the sheet if they're not accepting co-hosts. So, yeah, that might be a good way. IG is a different game now. I don't think hashtags are as important now, but in general, yes, less than 5. I thought it was 5. I was thinking it was 5, but I couldn't remember. And high use hashtags will be better than IG, but IG really wants connection and social interaction now. So DMs and shares. I just don't like doing DMs. I have way too many messages waiting for me to check them in Instagram now that I'm probably never going to get to them. So I do share stuff occasionally when I'm there and it's something I'm trying to do, like especially as like Kickstarter stuff that other people are doing Kickstarters. YouTube just changed the thumb title thing. Before you'd be suppressing other videos by changing title thumbs, but now they don't punish you for making change. They didn't punish you before. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's what happened to you. Possibly they didn't do it before. This has been a thing since, because I used to follow. I still do Nick Nimmin and vidIQ. This is something they've talked about for years doing, and I did it back then. Sarah's at first page submission form, wondering if she should submit. Do it. Just do it. I'm just not a huge social media person. Me neither. But I'd like to meet more awesome authors and, of course, readers. Has been writing in near seclusion for a while now. Thanks. I'll remind you. Yeah, remind me. Agree. DMs are time consuming. Yeah, I don't like doing the DMs. So, do it. Do it. Says Adeshle to Musical Baggy. Oh, it finally came through on the backside of StreamYard. Alrighty. That we've got to the end of the comments. There might be some more that comes through, but I want to do one more sprint. Do I want to do one more sprint? I wanted to do one more sprint, but now it's 1:25 and I like to be done around 2. It's my day to do today. I am the moderator. Wait, do I have something going on? I feel like I had something going on today. Gmail. I haven't even checked my email. Am I even going to be able to find anything in here to tell me what I have going on? I have way too many emails to even know what I'm supposed to have going on. So yeah, not gonna worry about that. Let's do one more. Let's do a half hour though, if you guys are good with that, instead of hour long. Nope, don't cancel. What am I almost close you guys out. So yeah, one more sprint. Anyone who has to leave out, thank you for coming. And for everyone else, let me get this to 30 minutes. And sounds good to me. Yay. Okay. Start it in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that was time on the last sprint. How did you do? I got 176 words added. My editing and light revising. Didn't quite finish this last chapter that I was working on, but this one actually needed a little bit more work. It was mostly just rearranging information so the flow fit better. Left off here saying, do it to Musical Maggie. Yay, one more sprint. Sounds good to me. Additionally, says I paused, thought about it, then overthought it for a while, did some other stuff to make me consider it, then did it. Just easier to submit, LOL. I went ahead and submitted. Awesome. Face anxiety and all. Oh, yeah, it'll be fine. I think I've probably explained how we approach it, but I don't know if you were here. I think you were here. But, we try to approach it as using a Love Notes, Help Notes system. And it's just one of each, one Love Note, one Help Note. That way we can get through as many submissions as possible in the hour and a half that we have. But basically, they would tell us like if they would have stopped reading and why. And if they wouldn't have stopped reading, what is one thing that could make this piece even better? So that's the Help Note. And then the Love Note's one thing they loved about it. So, yeah. Read the kiddo a few books, changed a few dirty diapers, got lunch underway. Wowza, what a busy day. I know that sounds like a really busy day, but hopefully you get some writing in at some point. Oh my gosh, wow. The music was slowly rising in when I wrapped my podcast. Oh, so is it on the podcast then? No. Perfect timing. Finish lunch. Now back to notebook. Thank you for hosting. Well, thank you so much for being here. That is the last comment that I can see. So I'll be back tomorrow, but it's a Pomodoro sprints with the 45 minutes on, 5 minutes off, strictly timed sprints to try and get some productivity in. So thank you everyone so much for coming today, and I'll catch you guys all later. Bye y'all.